Let me check the feedback here with the other device. Okay, so we are streaming as of now. Okay, give me a second. Sí, pero serían las dos. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session of the National ELT Conference in Medellin 2025. We are very glad to have you here as we continue sharing ideas and experiences that enrich our teaching practice. It is my pleasure to introduce our presenter, Dr. Rosa Vasquez Espinosa. She is a chemical biologist, conservationalist, National Geographic explorer, and award winning artist. She's also the founder and executive director of Amazon Research International, a for purpose organization in Peru dedicated to advance conservation and knowledge of Amazonian biodiversity and culture through science, capacity building, conservation policy, and storytelling. Um, Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Rosa Vasquez.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today. And thank you so much to the National Geographic Learning team for the invites. I have been before in your beautiful country of Colombia, and I absolutely fell in love. So it is my deep honor to get to share with you today about my work, about how I got to where I am today, how English played such a key role, and to take you on a journey with me to the deep Amazon rainforests, which, of course, is an ecosystem that we share as well with my home country, Peru. I'm going to share my slides now. Everything looks okay, correct? Great.
Yes.
So today I want to start with a story. Once upon a time, in the deep Amazon rainforest of Peru, a
Ah, no.
place
No.
filled with
No, not
lush
that.
vegetation, sacred old trees, expansive rivers and lakes, and animals that you may find nowhere else on the planet, there lived a community of semi nomad people. They had learned to live in harmony with the natural world, in reciprocity, ensuring to take only what is needed to make sure that there is enough for those who come next. This place was filled with sounds from a variety of animals and scents and smells from all the incredible and richly medicinal flora that you have around. Some of the unique wildlife that we find in our countries that is found nowhere else on the planet Earth include some of my favorite animals, like the mighty pink dolphins, that is deeply associated with cultural stories that vary between our South American countries. It's such a key animal for the water ecosystems of the Amazon forests, and it always causes wonder in those who have never heard about it. Of course, we also have our terrestrial animals like the voracious predator, the jaguar, that also causes so much mystery due to its strength, the difficulty to find them. Life here expands into the aerial space as well. We have birds and parrots of all colors, sizes, making different welcoming songs, including one of my favorite birds that in Peru we call the pija, that makes a singing as if it's whistling to you. And so for the Peruvian Amazon culture, we say that every time you hear that bird singing, it's because it is welcoming you into the jungle. Of course, this space is also home to such deep ancestral culture of our territories, with various indigenous groups inhabiting these lands for a long time, carrying incredibly beautiful music, dances, songs, medicinal knowledge, rituals, and an interaction with the natural world that can teach us so much in terms of sustainability today. In this area of the central Peruvian Amazon, in this community of semi nomad people, happened to be the place where one of my ancestors was born and raised, my great great grandmother, who had deep knowledge of medicinal plants and was considered a powerful healer. Eventually, her tribe moved to the Andean Mountains, a completely different ecosystem, but beautiful on its own rights. Here is where the next generation was born and raised, including my own grandmother, who you see in this photo and who's still alive. She also grew up having such a deep relationship with the plant and natural world, learning about the hidden secrets of medicine that we can find in flowers, in roots, seeds, soils. And when my family moved to the capital city of Peru, Lima, a busy, bustling city as any other capital in the world, she didn't leave her culture and roots behind. Instead, she built a small natural pharmacy right in her backyard that's still standing today, where she made sure to grow various Andean and Amazonian plants and trees that she uses to this day for cooking as well as for medicine. And this is where I grew up. I spent all my time outside of school with my grandmother as my parents were working, and I became fascinated at her way of seeing the world. My grandmother never had the chance to attend school or learn how to read or write, but she carried such deep ecological and cultural knowledge about the natural world. And I share this because as a child, it was through stories that I would hear that I began to dream. What else is there out there? I saw nature as a place of wonder, of joy, and of play. And really, this is what became my inspiration. Nature and culture to this day are what drives what I do and what keeps me motivated and passionate to continue our work. And why do I like to begin with such a personal story? Because I think that we're living really difficult times. There is a new study that was just published in the last few weeks that has caused a lot of debate around the world because it's quite concerning. This study looks at the relationship that humans and populations have around the world with nature, showing that over the last 100, 200 years, we have lowered our exposure to nature by 60%, to the point that some families and children have less than 4 minutes of contact with nature every day. That should concern us, not only because of the fact that we are not having a direct connection with nature, and as such, we may not keep it front of mind, but this disconnection is having literal biological and genetical impacts in our children's brain and our own as adults too. There is a vast research now that shows that a lack of connection to nature and a lack of time of being around animals or plants or even soils lowers and shrinks the prefrontal cortex of our brains, which is the key component to be the basis for memory, for learning, and for cognitive flexibility. Cognitive flexibility is the ability to take decisions as things are changing. It is the basis of resilience. So, as we are living in such changing times with the super fast speed at which AI and technology are developing, we need resilient leaders and children more than ever. And so, with that in mind, returning back to my story, I grew up fascinated by nature and hearing my teachers in school talk about biology and chemistry and finding it as if it was magic. It was just a few stories from those teachers that made me dream even more. So by the time I became a teenager, I decided I wanted to be a scientist. I wanted to learn as much as I could, everything I could get my hands to learn about biodiversity in my own country. But I ran into a problem. I realized that most of the information I was finding on the internet at that time was in English. And we didn't really have tools to help translate it as easily as we can now online. And to be honest, my English was not so good. My reading was extremely slow. I remember having to have a dictionary next to me. It would take me so long to go through an article to understand what it meant. My speaking was also quite poor because I didn't have that confidence. My accent was extremely strong, so it made me feel very self aware. So I could have stopped, but I was so deeply in love with nature and with science and with the idea that I wanted to get closer to it in any way I could, that this challenge didn't stop me, but rather fueled me. And I decided to become the first scientist and first English speaker of my family. And now, looking back into my career, I'm really glad I did so for many things. But one of them is understanding that learning a new language is not just useful to access new information or to be able to communicate with others, but it also literally boosts creativity and cognitive flexibility at the brain structural level. And those are the skills that are going to be the most desirable by 2030 as AI continues to increase, things that are uniquely to the human mind that cannot be replaced. And as such, we need to continue fostering it. And so I studied really hard to get good grades and be able to achieve a full ride scholarship to move to the United States, where I pursue a dual career in biochemistry and in molecular biology, followed by a PhD in chemical biology, as well as a postdoctoral research position at the University of Michigan. A very long career in science and research. Along the way, I became a National Geographic explorer and a United Nations Harmony with Nature scientist. Ever since, I have founded and lead my own organization, Amazon Research Internacional, that dedicates to lead science and conservation in the Peruvian Amazon, as well as co-leading a sustainability consultancy company in the UK. However, the route wasn't always a smooth, direct one. Of course, there were many challenges. I actually remember moving to the United States where my English was still not near where as good as it is now. And I remember being the student that would rather stay quiet than ask questions because I was embarrassed. And so I became even more shy and I took a bit of a backseat. I thought that my accent was a disadvantage. And I even had the instance where a professor told me that I wouldn't be successful because I had too many interests, and that showed that I wasn't committed and that I wasn't focused, and that if I wanted to succeed, I needed to choose a single thing to focus on. And I was so close to believing these square mindsets until I joined a family of like minded individuals, people from different countries, different backgrounds, cultures, with different accents, that showed me that our diversity was not a disadvantage, but rather our superpower. National Geographic showed me that it is our interdisciplinary thinking, whether that is science, history, photography, journalism, as well as our unique perspectives as individuals that makes us stronger. And that is a testament to what National Geographic does. We are a group of dreamers as well as a group of doers. And it is really this that allow me to believe that our diversity allow us to join a global conversation in a unique way to create big positive changes for our planet. Throughout the time of my career, I've been able to work on some really incredible projects. On one end, I have dived deep in science communication, helping expand what a scientist looks like, as well as expand Latino representation in science and exploration. I have collaborated extensively with Disney and National Geographic on different productions and short films reaching millions of views to be able to show that we too can be leading science. I have also done collaborations with NASA in English and Spanish to be able to access key information about space to bilingual schools and audiences. I have also been part of the show The Secrets in the Jungle by the Discovery Channel. On the science side, I've also been able to participate and lead really incredible and exciting scientific work. One of my first independent projects was focused on the boiling river. And if you guys have never heard about this incredible and insane place, I highly suggest you look it up. There's a really fun TED Talk and a book about it by another National Geographic explorer. It is a unique place in the Amazon forest of Peru that you find the river is boiling, like the name suggests. The water reach close to 99 Celsius. So you see the bubbles forming, you hear the water sizzling as if you're cooking and boiling some water right in your kitchen. Even in this photo, you can see the hot vapor rise from the surface of the water, hitting the face of whoever is in there. In this photo, I am sweating. I am getting almost a little dizzy. And so you have to be extremely mindful of every single step, especially as some of these rocks become a little slippery because of the extreme of this ecosystem for a long time. Nobody believed anything could survive here because anytime a small animal will fall in, what happens when you put chicken in a boiling pot of water? It cooks. So no animal could survive until you ask things in a different question. So the first time I went to this space, I remember seeing so many colors: greens, yellows, oranges, pinks, blues in some of the hottest spaces. And I immediately thought, those are microbes. You do have life forms here. They're just different kinds. And that is how I became the first researcher at discovering unique forms of microbes living in this space, known as extremophiles, because they love the extremes where nothing else can survive. We use this data now to advocate for unique conservation of this space that is now endangered by deforestation. On the other side, through my organization, we have constant teams and constant research. And one of the new exciting projects we have only just begun this July, so very recently, it's on a topic called zoopharmacognosy. If you have never heard of that word, don't worry. Most people I talk to never had because it's very niche. And it is the study of how animals self medicate. Have you ever, for example, seen your dog or your cat eat grass in the garden when they're feeling sick as a way to purge themselves? Animals know where to go to find natural medicine, and yet this field has never been really studied. And the reason why it's so important is because our wildlife is suffering, and we need to find more creative ways to be able to help them thrive. And so we envision this study, the first of its kind in the Peruvian Amazon, to be able to support the health of animals that are endangered, like the tapir or the jaguar. But the first step to even get to that cool data is knowing where the animals are. And so, how do we do that? By going into the field, looking for the footprints, looking for pieces, looking for clues of where these animals may be. And of course, also using amazing technology like camera traps. And this is a clip that we found in one of our camera traps from this year, being able to locate this incredible hiding spot for this beautiful jaguar. Hopefully, at some point, I can tell you more about the really exciting new results we're getting. But the idea is that this project will feed critical data to the Ministry of Environment in Peru to guide reforestation for human, animal, and ecosystem health. And the final project I'll share with you about, which is the main aspect of this talk, it's on an animal that most people around the world have actually never heard of. And before you think my colleague here it's crazy, I will ask you, have you guys ever heard about the stingless bee? And feel free to share in the chats or with those around you. Stingless bees. We actually find some in your beautiful country too. But the reason why I start with the question is through my work, I get to speak with audiences from around the world, across different continents, from Asia, Europe, North and South America, of different sizes and different ages, from children to adults. And in most rooms I stand in, when I ask this question, even in a room of 1,000 people, I may just get only one or two people raising their hands, always really curious about the idea that we have stingless bees. And yes, we do have stingless bees. And not only are they interesting because they physically cannot sting you, because they do not have a stinger or they have a truncated one, bottom line, they cannot sting you, but also because they are the oldest bees on our planet. There is science research that shows that they are as old as dinosaurs, showing an incredible resilience across time and evolution. And when scientists looked at what is the closest living relative of this old ancestral bee, we find that it is the stingless bees living in the Amazon forest, showcasing that from the stingless bees that are found worldwide, those in the Amazon hold such a unique position. So you find stingless bees all around the equator line, from Costa Rica, Mexico, Australia, the rainforests of Africa and Asia, and of course, the Amazon forests. Now, I have said they are stingless. Does that mean they cannot defend themselves? We have to think twice about that. And I show this photo to tell you a story of behind the scenes. So I took a photo with National Geographic with bees all around my face. They went a little viral. I had to pose with the bees for 4 hours, and they were completely docile and passive with me. But some of my colleagues did say that sometimes they bite. Now, at the end of that photo shoot, I had one or two bees biting my hands, but I barely felt it. It felt like a tickle. So I laughed and I joked, oh, that's nothing. A few years later, last year, I went back to the rainforest with the BBC to record a documentary that is still available now on YouTube that you can go and watch. It's called The Extreme Climate Explorers. And towards the end of the day, we were close to a beehive, and the bees must have gotten tired of me. That one of them decided to bite me right on the eyelid. Now, at the beginning, nothing happened. It hurt a little, and that was it. The next day, when I was back home, my eye hooked up so bad that it started to hurt. This photo already looks better, but curiously, the day after that, I had to give a talk about stingless bees, and I ended up appearing on the stage with an eye patch, more dramatic than I intended. What you cannot tell in this photo is how it actually felt. So, stingless bees have some unknown toxins in their saliva that must have acted or reacted in such a way that they form microcrystals inside my eyelid, which felt as if I had a piece of glass stuck in my eye for 2 months. So they're stingless, but definitely not defenseless. And you may ask yourself, I have just mentioned different projects. How did I come to the world of stingless bees? I am not an entomologist. I'm not an expert in insects, but I like to think that I came to it in a mindset that I refer to as always seeking and always learning. I am a deeply I'm a deep believer that we are in constant mode of learning. And there's actually studies that show that if we're constantly learning, we increase our levels of happiness as humans, which I find interesting because evolutionarily, those that learn the most had the best chances to survive. So we are wired for learning. And when COVID hit, I was completing my PhD, and it was the first time I couldn't travel back home as many people around the world. It was the first time I couldn't go to the Amazon since I'm a little girl. I was in Michigan, very far away from home. And what I missed the most were the conversations with my colleagues, the storytelling where I would learn so much from them. And so I started to call them up. And in one of those conversations, one of my colleagues shared that different indigenous cultures across the Peruvian Amazon were using primarily two ingredients to treat the symptoms of COVID. And one of those ingredients was stingless bee honey. So I became fascinated on the chemistry of this natural resource and how could it be that it had this effect. Now, some of these bees do not look like the bees you're used to. Some can be as big as the largest bumblebee in Europe, and some can be as tiny as ants. Even in this photo, the first time I saw this kind of bee, they were tiny, their entire bodies were black. I thought they were ants. And like I said, I came to them through their medicinal honey, which is known in Peru as the liquid miracle. And throughout our studies, we learned that it was not only being used to treat the symptoms of COVID, but a variety of other diseases like coughs, flu, even infertility, eye cataracts, infections, wounds, burns, and even more. So, from my expertise as a chemical biologist, I really started to wonder, how is it that a single resource has the capacity to treat so many different conditions? Could it be placebo or not? And my first thought was, well, if it's so used vastly, I am sure someone has done the study already. And usually people discard ideas because they think somebody must have done it before. And I think that is also where the explorer mindset comes in. I decided to investigate a little and realized it was such a simple question, and yet no one had asked it before. And so, with my colleagues, we became the first group in Peru to conduct a chemical analysis on stingless bee honey. And what our research showed was that the traditional knowledge of our ancestors was spot on. The honey contained hundreds of unique medicinal molecules that had incredible properties from anti-inflammatory, antioxidants, anti-tumor, anti-cancer, corroborating what the indigenous knowledge knew for a long time. This data has allowed to increase the value of this honey, now helping develop sustainable economies for indigenous communities. We've also heard there's something known as the poisonous honey, which hopefully I can share more with you sometime soon. Our work has really expanded in many directions. We have collaborations with different institutions around the world, from Colorado to Northumbria in the UK, to drive new research with interdisciplinary perspectives. On one end, we are also creating the first map of stingless bees. Why? Because we learned that a big issue was not only that very few people knew about this bee, but because we didn't have much information about where they are, how common they are, then we cannot really monitor how destructive climate change and deforestation are to them. We knew from our colleagues that they were losing bees and they were not seeing them often, but we couldn't take action because the science data didn't exist. And so we have become also the first group to create this link between deforestation and bee decline in a new scientific work, where I'm also very proud to share that the first author is is an indigenous Ashaninka person that has been training with us as a way to democratize access to science. And this work is not easy because I also haven't told you another thing about stingless bees. They do not form a hive as we're used to seeing a big one outside of a tree. Those are rare cases. Stingless bees, in the majority of cases, nest inside hollow trees, where the only clue you have to find them is this tiny little entry, like a door, into the tree. Now try to find this little entry amongst hundreds of thousands of giant, thick old trees. It becomes nearly an impossible task. So I quickly understood why nobody had done yet this work. So what did we do? We listened to the indigenous knowledge, and we learned that our colleagues learned from their ancestors to find the bees at night. Why? Because at night they all go back to their hives, and because they're nesting inside a hollow tree, their buzzing sounds become amplified, almost as if somebody turned on a radio. So you go into the deep, dark forest, not looking for something you can see, but looking for something you can hear. And so we adapted our scientific methods to match this indigenous wisdom so that we can merge both knowledge systems to solve this problem. Navigating the Amazon at night becomes a whole other challenge. It's not just the demanding physical conditions, but some dangers that may come across. In the territories where we work, they also happen to be home to one of the most dangerous snakes in the world, that is also known as the only snake that follows you, the Amazonian bushmaster. And you also have to be careful as you're walking to not touch just any tree trunk because you never know what may be hiding, like this killer caterpillar that it looks absolutely beautiful. It's almost as a creature taken out of a Disney movie. And this photo we took a few years ago, this caterpillar was as long as an iPhone and quite thick, so really big. And it is actually so dangerous that it received the Guinness World Record for the most poisonous caterpillar in the world. Why? Because each of these turquoise needles that you see here contain enough toxins to make you bleed internally, including bleeding from the eyeballs within 2 hours. So you have to be very mindful. when you're working at night, when a lot of this wildlife comes alive. One of the things we are the most proud of to share is our ability to communicate our science. And it is this ability to also that we use to make connections with policymakers and representatives from the governments. And we used our science and cultural data to advocate for what has now become a historic law in Peru, Law 32235, got approved only at the end of last year, implemented earlier this year, that for the first time grants legal recognition and protection to the stingless bees in Peru. We know that our colleagues from different countries, including Colombia, Bolivia, and Brazil, are hoping that something at the national level can also be passed in their countries to save and regenerate our important stingless bee. And at this point, I want to highlight how important language becomes to advocate for sustainability. We see both science and language as a tool for change. It is our English readiness that has allowed us to really highlight and showcase that with local action, we can lead global change. And it is through this ability to communicate fluid in English that I have been able to knock on doors to get our work highlighted, reaching the platforms of National Geographic magazine, CBS News, BBC, as well as even reaching the cover of the New York Times, really positioning our country as a leading space for biodiversity and protection of these key species that I see as the key species to save the Amazon. Our work has also allowed me to receive different awards, including being included in the list of 100 most influential women by the BBC last year and the 50 most influential women in Peru by Forbes Peru this year. And earlier in 2025, I received a call from the government in Peru, announcing that I would be receiving the Order of Merit, which is the equivalent of the Presidential Medal for my work in conservation and biodiversity. They asked me to be back in the country in the next 2 days. And at the time, I was traveling for work, so I couldn't go. But I couldn't think of anyone better deserving than my own grandmother to stand on stage and receive this award on my behalf. I also like to think that our work goes beyond science and advocacy because we need to think about education and empowering our next generation of leaders, their children, to lead with this mindset where nature comes first and to think in interdisciplinary ways so that we can find better solutions for a green future. And so over the last few years, I have also co-created an educational program with a National Geographic educator called Interconnected to lead exploration by students. And so this program aims at looking at a local ecosystem through multiple lenses, like biology, chemistry, geology, art, journalism, music, to get students to interact with nature through different forms so that they can activate their creativity and think in interdisciplinary and interconnected ways. And why is this important? Because being outdoors for any child out there typically involves time of play. And it is critical that we highlight and show teaching as play, not just to keep their attention in the moment, but because there is vast scientific research that shows that when we learn by playing, we increase our brain power, our memory, and even our learning speed by 20 times. So it is vital that we start to recognize these metrics so that we can better advocate for education in our classrooms. Through this program, I am very proud to share that many students in the classrooms that at the beginning didn't want to do anything with science suddenly became attracted to understand it because they approach it through nature, through art, being able to be the decision makers on how they learn about the natural world, even with some children sharing that they now wanted to become microbiologists or scientists when they grow up. And it is also important to highlight that we ensure that this program showcase local experts. Why? Because representation is vital, and that's something that National Geographic is so powerful at highlighting. We need different faces and different voices, not just because it is important to show for inclusion, but because there's also research that shows that boys to better learn, they do so better by being able to play with their hands as they're learning, so to physically engage with something as they're absorbing material. However, for girls, it's very different. They better engage and absorb new material and knowledge when the person delivering that knowledge looks like them. So, if in textbooks they get to feel represented, that becomes a key aspect of learning. Because if we see it, we can be it. And so I feel really proud that National Geographic works really hard to ensure that this representation is constant throughout.
Em, hola, creo que el internet se le congeló a ella o a mí. Hola, esto será...
That is
Ah, no, ya, ya.
some of the
Se
testimonials
había
that we
como que
got from this
quedado.
program. I have shared just one last one briefly.
Estaba como pegadito y... Ujú, sí. Dr. Vasquez, we couldn't hear the audio for those testimonials, but we saw the
Oh, I'm
girls.
sorry. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the audio was running. Anyways, the students were just sharing how approaching nature through a science and not nature and artistic lens allow them to feel as they were the ones making the decisions and feeling empowered to learn about things they had never before and were now thinking that nature should be coming first. And just to conclude, my collaboration with National Geographic Learning expands boundaries. I like to think that through nature, culture, and English, we are connecting remote parts of the world to inspire the young learners how to become leaders that think about sustainability and think about innovation in better ways, because I believe deeply that authentic exploration inspires learning, connection, and leadership, and we have got to foster it more. My English readiness has also allowed me to write my first book, The Spirit of the Rainforest, completely in English, in not my first language, which I feel very proud of because, of course, it's a difficult and long journey to do it. But I hope that I can show that as Latino scientists, we too can be leading global change. It is available in English in all platforms, digitally, and audio, and a hardcover, and it will be coming to Spanish next year as well. So, with that, I just want to close saying that as National Geographic explorers, we show that we may never feel fully ready, but that we must stand up, speak up, and do our best anyways. Because taking action, even if it's small steps at a time, is how we change our world, one story at a time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rosa Vasquez, for sharing her insights and her experience with us in this session. Very interesting key points, not only in the part of how our connection with nature allows us to learn 20 times better, uh, but how our society has actually diminished that contact, being it so vital because it affects our prefrontal cortex, which is basically that which makes us, let's say, a more thinking race in per se. Uh, very, very interesting. Are there any questions or comments that anybody would like to ask through the chat, through the live chat in YouTube? Okay, we seem to have no comments as of now. I will share with you the QR so that you can evaluate the session. And thank you very much, Rosa, again, Dr. Vasquez, for your presentation. I found it very interesting. And I'm sure that this is going to be very inspiring for not only for future teachers, but also for future students of English, meaning knowing that they can make a change, even though English will be their second language, they can focus on it and they can use it as a tool and as a means to spread knowledge.
Thank you so much to you and to everyone joining, and feel free to follow me on socials. And I hope that this can also inspire you to connect with your local ecosystems in the classroom. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I will end the streaming right now, and we will be inviting you to continue with our National ELT Conference, Medellin 2025, in the different sessions we're having during the day. Thank you very much. for the moment. Let's go here so that. Okay. Okay, Luz, if you want to, you can stop sharing for a bit so that we can have the cameras and they can see us.
I I think I stopped. Okay, how do you stop it? No, estoy compartiendo.
No?
No.
Because I can still see you, but okay. Mm, ok, ¿quién me...? Es que no veo como la presentadora me ve algo y ya no nos vemos en las cámaras. Pero mira, ella había empezado a compartir y entonces las cámaras se fueron porque la presentación, pero ya no, ¿de dónde pongo las cámaras o...?
Dale vista.
¿Verdad?
Pero ¿qué movió ella?
Empezó a compartir, pero después me dijo que ya no estaba compartiendo.
Sí, eso veo. Porque no parece.
Ya le he dado a todo eso y no...
Y nada.
Mm, mm.
Qué raro. Yo creo que va a tocar terminar la reunión y que vuelva a ingresar. Tú tienes el link.
Sí, pero está en mi Outlook.
Listo. Entonces dile que vamos a cerrar la sesión y que vuelva a ingresar, por favor.
Okay, Luz, what we're going to do is we're going to close the session and we're going to reactivate it so that we can restart the drivers for the camera and the presentation. Okay? Hello? Luz?
Hello. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So should I leave?
Yeah. I'm going to close the conference and then open it back again so you can come in again. Okay? That'll reset the
Okay.
drivers.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Listo. Entonces acá. Listo. No, ya. Estamos configurando.
Cámara bien, backend bien, listo.
Listo. Acá. Mm.
Que intente
Estás en
ingresar.
vivo. Estoy transmitiendo.
¿Estás en?
Ujú. Ok, aquí está.
Dile que intente. Ella tiene la cámara prendida porque no se ve.
Okay, here we go. We're back in line. Okay,
Okay.
okay, perfect. So I'm going to introduce you and to the public,
Mhm.
and then you're gonna take over, and we'll see you in the streaming.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
hold
you.
on. Let me set this up, and okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session of the National ELT Conference Medellin 2025. We are very glad to have you here as we continue sharing ideas and experiences to enrich our teaching practice. It is my pleasure to introduce Luz Karime Bustamante, who is going to be our presenter for today. Luz Karime Alvarez is an academic advisor at Centro Cultural Colombo Americano Cali with over 15 years of experience in English language teaching and teacher training. She holds a bachelor's degree in teaching English as a foreign language, a post degree in higher distance education, and a diploma in pedagogical innovation and digital transformation. In today's presentation, she will examine how different multimodal texts from real classroom contexts create a lesson activity using multiple modes and reflect on ways that we can adapt these strategies to our own teaching environments. Okay? So, let's give a warm welcome to Luz Karime. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for being here. Um, I'm going to start sharing my presentation. Um, well, today the idea is to share with you some ideas about how we can implement a multimodality in our classes now. So I'm going to share with you what we are going to do. Uh, this is the agenda. We're going to start with a short warm up. Then we're going to talk about how we can understand multimodality, like understanding. Then we're going to talk about multiple modes. After that, I will share some ideas that you can use to implement it in class. Finally, the idea is to think about how we can create a multimodal task. And finally, an exit ticket. These are the two objectives that I have for this session. The first is define multimodality and its relevance in EFL classroom. And the number two is provide ideas to create and implement multimodal activities in the classroom. So let's get started. Um, let's start with this. This is short warm up that I have for you today. I want you to look at some set of emojis. These emojis are representing the title of a movie. So the idea is that you're going to look at the emojis and think about the name of this movie, and you're going to type it in the chat. Okay. So the idea is that you can type that answer in the chat. I have an example here. Okay. I don't know if you can type it. Yes, this is the example of this. So I don't know if you can type it. What would be the name of this movie? The example of this movie. Let me see the answers in the chat. Okay.
Hola, ella sí. El,
Okay.
este sí lo ve ella.
Ricardo, do you see messages in the chat?
Ella, no, ella no ve los comentarios. Tú tienes que...
Um, right now, I see one call that says Lion King.
Okay. Okay. Yes, that's the answer.
Hola.
I can't see
Lo
the
que pasa es
messages
que
in the chat. Okay.
Lo que pasa es que yo lo
So
puse.
let's start.
Ella está
Let's take a look at this
monitoreándolo
one, the
también porque
number
ella es
one.
interactiva, no grabada.
Uh,
Ah, sin ver.
Entonces, si ves,
Necesitan como que los comentarios, la gente... Pero ahí no podemos hacer mucho. Porque pues ahí es lo que hay, lo que... Pero necesitas que ella los vea.
ujú, y yo estoy acá como tratando de participar. Si yo escribo esto, ella lo ve, porque
Sí.
ella no lo estaba viendo.
No lo estaba viendo.
Ujú.
Pero no
Bueno,
ahí,
¿cuál
no.
es este? Bueno, le tocó participar. A ver, ¿qué nombre de película es esto?
Titanic.
Ok, pongamos acá Titanic. Conéctese a YouTube, mija.
Listo, hágale pues. Hágale, hágale. Hagamos eso. Ya mucho.
all right.
Hagamos
So
eso.
yes. So we are going
Titanic.
to this activity with the emojis. We can use it to to implement
¿Mm?
it as a visual
Tres.
activity, no? So that the idea is that we can
Luis,
um,
conectate al
have
Room
students
3
think
porque no
about
hay nadie.
different
Ella está
things.
haciendo
This
nada
one is with movies, but
participativo.
it can be
Me toca a mí.
with idioms. You know, we can organize it with idioms, and we are in this case we are using the visual mode, right? Um, so I have some others. You know, this one is a very famous movie. This is maybe just for fans if you like it. Here's another one that is very famous as well. This one, very common, and the final one. Okay, so the idea is that you can use uh, visual things, you know, things that students can uh, identify and that they can connect easily. So let's start talking about uh, which mode we were using here. No, we were talking about, like I said before, the visual. I don't know if you remember this model created by Neil Fleming. So we have the intelligence, the multiple intelligences: visual, auditory, reading, writing, and kinesthetic. This is the modes that we are going to talk about today are, you know, taking into account these intelligences, and they are related to that, like the linguistic, visual, oral, gestural, spatial. And in the previous activity, we were using the visual. Um, Typing the answer is a way to do it, but it can be just speaking, it can be done in groups, etc. Let's continue. What is multimodality? Well, multimodality refers to the multiple modes of communication and representation in which two or more modes interact in the same text to create meaning. So like I said before, we have the modes. We have visual, oral, linguistic, gestural, and spatial. So the idea is that use the combination of these modes in order to create meaning. It can be in different ways. Students can create pictures, illustrations. They can also work with audios, speech, writing. They can also use music, create videos, make videos, watch videos, use movement. Students like to move around, gestures, and also colors, and many more things. What is multimodality? So here are the modes that are involved in this. Here are some examples. We have the linguistic and visual. The examples of this can be reading a graphic novel or an infographic. Then we have the visual, that it can be looking at a painting or a photograph, right? So they can observe, they can uh, take ideas from that. The linguistic, visual, and oral, it can be from watching a video or listening a video. Yes, it could be a movie, a clip of a movie. The linguistic and oral. So listening to a podcast, listening to a radio show, something that is interesting for them. And finally, we have the linguistic, visual, oral, and spatial. So again, we can watch or listen a short film, a movie clip. We can add subtitles. We can eliminate the sound. Okay, so we can play with the videos. Okay, these are some examples that we can take into consideration. What is multimodality? So multimodality is being developed through strategies such as viewing and representing. The idea of these two strategies is to foster communication, right? And that students are able to share ideas effectively. Um, Using multimodal text in class helps students with learning challenges. So because we are combining different skills, we're combining different projects that they are interested in, like multimedia, um, like videos. We are using TikToks. We can use many other things because it's involved. Technology is involved. And in 2017, Adami explained that multimodality means using different types of signs and symbols together to share a message. The idea in the classroom is to receive and create, like the input and the output, right? And that's why these two strategies are important. Viewing will be part of the input, and representing is going to be part of the output in this modality. Okay, so why is important multimodality in EFL? Well, I have these four things that are important to keep in mind when we are implementing EFL in the EFL classroom. So it reflects real world communication and especially digital content like websites, social media, videos, TikToks, Instagram, all of that is great for them. It's very attractive. Uh, they can connect immediately with that. People right now, teenagers and adults, are really connected to social media. So it's easy for them to understand or to work through that. The number two, increases student engagement. This multimodal approach adapts to different learning styles, visual, auditory, kinesthetic, right? Using digital media, everything like that helps a lot. This helps them keep students motivated and focused in class. The number three is about developing critical thinking. So with this, analyzing different material helps students think about beyond, now like what is beyond that, and it helps them create their own opinion and share with everybody else. It also helps them analyze the credibility of the material, the videos, the information that we have from internet. And finally, we have enhances communicative competence. As they are engaged through the material, through the use of videos and all of this, uh, students are motivated. They are connected to the activity. All of this helps foster interaction among students during the class. So this is why it's important. So I have some ideas that we can use. For example, audios, posters, creation of posters. They can use different, um, they can include pictures, uh, text. These posters can be physical, created with paper and all of that, cutting from magazines or from different places, or it can be digital, right? We can use Canva. We can use different platforms to create these posters. Videos, we can create videos, different kind of videos, comics, infographics, mind maps, podcast, video games. We can use video games as well. Pictionary, memes, creation of memes now that they are very famous, that we can create memes about everything. So this is a part of the activities we can use. Um, for writing and speaking, okay, we can use digital storytelling projects, right? They can create stories and share with everybody in class. And again, we can use different platforms that are free that students can use very easy. So this is a good idea. We can also create a blog with different multimodal entries. We can insert audios, we can insert videos, okay? Um, or a podcast. Now they're very famous, the podcasts. For vocabulary, we have educational gaming apps. For example, Kahoot, quizzes, right? Those games are very easy to use. They're very catchy. Students like it. So this is something that we can use. We can also create digital flashcards for 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 remembering this vocabulary. We can include sound to these digital flashcards, or uh, comics. We can create comics depending on the topic that we are studying in the class. For reading and listening, we have YouTube videos. Depending on the topic, we can have different videos in YouTube. There are a lot of those. We can compare written and visual news reports, or create an interactive presentations. Like again, the famous one is Canva, or we can use Genially for interactive presentations. Google Slides, that's a good one too. With videos, with YouTube videos, we can have interactive videos as well. So we can insert the questions, we can use the subtitles to increase the interaction. So to show you some an activity that it can be done in class, I'm going to share this one with you. Um, what we are going to do is that we're going to watch this video. The idea is that you can like predict what is going to happen or what is the video about, right? So we watch the video with the sound off. You are not going to listen to it. You are going to just watch the images and get an idea of what the video is about. So I'm going to play it with no sound. Okay, so um, this is the idea. I would like to see if you are in the chat, your ideas. What do you understand? What did you see? What did you notice in the video? What did you understand from that? What helped you understand the video? In this video, there are a lot of text. I think you could see that it has a lot of text. So it helps a lot understand what the video is about. But we can use a different type of video where there is not too much um, text, so students are able to like to say much about it, just for their gestures, the movement, and the actions that they can see. But that's something that it can be useful in the in the viewing part, like the input they are going to get. How can you adapt this into a classroom task? Like I mentioned before, we can integrate subtitles, we can integrate questions so the video becomes interactive, right? Maybe as the video doesn't have sound, they can create their own script, right? Um, they can watch the video again, maybe assign some roles for the students to create the script so they can create something new. And this could be a different way to do this exercise. They can create their own script. Or the interaction, in the adding the questions, so the video stops every question, they answer and continue. Okay, so that's another thing that we could do with it. Here I have another one, but this one is for representing, the representing part. As AI right now is very famous, very popular right now, I have um, this link. Is Google FX AI. It's very easy to use, very simple, um, and students can create their own image, according to the prompt, according to the topic that we are studying at the moment. We can guide them how to create the prompt, and that will be the part of their production, right? This link is the website. Let's see if I can share that with you. It's very easy to use. Like I said, it's just to choose to write a very good prompt. I have this one. The activity is create an image representing a city where people are doing different activities there. So this could be it could be for present continuous, right? This activity is for a low level of English. So students can create their prompt. We can guide them in how they can create it. The idea is that it has to be very detailed so we can get what we want. I have this prompt. I'm going to read it to you. It's a colorful cartoon style city street scene inspired by The Simpsons. People with yellow skin tones, cartoon characters are walking, chatting, and carrying shopping bags. Some people are sitting at a cafe terrace while a street vendor is selling snacks nearby. Cyclists are riding their bikes, and cartoon cars are parked along the sidewalk. The background has playful shop signs, quirky buildings, and a few trees, all in the bright, funny style of The Amazing World of Gumball. So here I combine two different cartoons. Is the picture is inspired by The Simpsons, but the style is from The Amazing World of Gumball. Um, so that is something also for creativity, right? Like how much, how creative they can be writing their prompts. Um, so, for example, the prompt or the activity can be representing the topic that you are studying at the moment. Okay. In this case, like I said, it could be for um, present continuous. So I'm going to show you the picture that I created with this prompt. Here it is. So it was very detailed, like I said, the vendor in the street, people with shopping bags, some people drinking coffee. So this is a way they can represent. And the students are really fascinated with AI, so it's a way to connect with them as well, right? And this is the website, Whisk. It comes from Google FX and it's very easy to use. It's very simple. Uh, okay, so this is another way we can integrate representing into the class. Um, with this is like a template we can keep in mind to create a multimodal task for class. So the idea is the lesson, you know what the lesson is. In my case, is prepositions of place. I am teaching a fundamental course. It's a low level of English, it's A1. So I'm gonna teach them prepositions of place, and I am planning to apply or yeah, to implement two modes. One is the visual and spatial, and for that mode, I'm gonna use a map, a city map, right? What is the purpose of this? Is to help students understand locations in the city, right? What is the tool I need? Well, the map. It could be printed so they can see it in their hands, or it can be digital, right? That's okay. And the second mode will be a role play. In this case, the modes are oral and gestural. The purpose is to practice asking for and giving directions in real life scenarios. What are the tools? Very simple. The classroom space, and role cards. Yeah. The idea is that they have their own role, maybe a tourist from another country, or a local, you know. So the idea is to have a role in the role play, of course. As you can see, the two modes are are representing one of the strategies. The strategies. Visual spatial is the viewing part. So this is like the input they are going to get. And the second one is the representing, how they are going to represent what they understood. So they are going to do it through a role play. Remember that the idea is that combine these modes so students are able to have the whole process now to receive through different ways, and at the end they are able to produce. This is something important. And as you can see, as you can notice, I am not using much technology in this activity. Uh, why? Because it's a low level of English. conditions. I mean, there is no internet in class. It could be is for teenagers. Some of them don't have cell phones. All right, so to avoid those issues of technology, so I prefer no internet involved. So in this case, is old style, right? And students are motivated anyways because if they have for example, if they have the map in their hands, it's going to be something for them tangible to see. Or the same, if it's digital, you can show it presented in the TV and it will be good as well. The idea is that they are involved in the activity. And during the role play, there's going to be movement. The idea is that they act like they are in a different city asking for directions, like not understanding what to do, where to go, how to get to a place. Every time that we're organizing um, a thing, an activity, a task, we need to ask ourselves how they support student engagement and understanding. So how is this really uh, good for them? Like, are they is it helping their process, their learning process? So I would like to take like 1 minute or 2 minutes for you to think about a possible activity that you can do in your classes and share with us in the chat some ideas what you have very quickly, maybe something very fast. Let's take 2 minutes for that, and you share your ideas in the chat so I can take a look at that. There is a one here, very nice. Elaborating a podcast detailing interesting plans for the weekend. Super. And it's about simple future. Perfect. That's great. They can use their own cell phone with that to share with the class. That's great. Thank you. Any other one? There is an activity I created with my students, um, and it was videos. I suggested what they wanted to do, and I gave them the options with the storytelling, the video, or an audio, and all of them went for the video, and they created very nice stories using the videos. They had fun editing the video. They used real images. They performed in the videos, and it was very nice activity. After that, we shared the videos in class, and it was very good. That activity, I did it with the teenagers, students from like 12, 14 years old, and they had a really good time. Well, the idea of this workshop was like to pick your curiosity, how you can go further and what you can implement in the class. Uh, so I don't know if there are questions, Ricardo.
Well, let's check. So far, I haven't seen any in the chat, and since you're also have access to the chat in YouTube, let's wait a bit and
Hmm.
see if there are any questions.
Okay, right. I've seen one. Can you give teachers to adapt their communication style when teaching students with different ways of learning? Well, I think it's a matter of including all of the styles. Of course, maybe all of the styles in one class could be tricky, but maybe two in one class or three maybe. But I think as teachers, we also need to explore and give us the opportunity to implement different ways. I am a visual learner, so I try to include a lot of visuals in my classes. But I also take into consideration the ones who prefer doing or writing or doing learning in a different way. So it's a matter of integrating everything. Have variations, no? Like keep everything different. One class I implement this, in the other one the other. So it's a matter of trying to have some variations. Well, I don't see any more questions in the chat. Um, I have one last thing, that is the exit ticket. So this is also possible to be done in class and is part of the modes as well. It's a different way to check how students felt during the class and what you need to do with the rest of the classes, the next one. For in this case, it's with the emojis, with the reactions that we have in the chat. There are some reactions there. This is an example from Zoom. It's not the same in YouTube, but uh, you will see the icon there. So the idea is that you choose an emoji that represents what you are thinking right now. Like, I will try something this week. Is the heart, the face with the I don't know what's the name of that, with the glass. I'm curious to explore more. And the other one that it's like I need to practice more. Like I want maybe more information about it to be able to implement it. So those are the three emojis, to express how you feel right now. Okay. Yeah, see hearts. Great. Thank you. I can see some hearts. That's great. Like we can implement different modes in different activities. We need just to think outside the box and integrate them into our classes. Thank you very much. Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
very much, Luz Karime. Thank you for these very nice
Thank you.
ideas. And everybody, thank you for your attention and participation. Um, What I will
Thank
do
you.
is I will leave you with a small evaluation, and we invite all of you to continue with the next NELD sessions. Okay? Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Listo, les voy a pedir un favor, que ingresen a YouTube con la cuenta de cada uno para poder hacer la grabación.
Ajá.
Listo,
María.
con su cuenta personal. De
También
Gmail.
ingreso a
Gmail,
sucursal
Gmail,
virtual
Gmail.
de Bancolombia.
Si quieren. Si quieren, ahí se le puedo acceder también. Estaba pensando ubicarlo acá en el sitio, porque como si no la usan, prefiero la
Yep. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Whenever you
okay,
want,
yes.
let me know.
Okay, so we are now just 1 second and we are going to start. Okay, I'm sorry for this delay, everyone. We have some technical issues. I'm sorry for this delay in our programming. Okay, but let's start. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julio Cesar, and I welcome to this NAT session 2025. We are delighted to have you here as we continue sharing ideas and experiences that enrich our teaching practice. It is my great pleasure to introduce our presenter, Dr. Camilo Horta. He is an English teacher and academic supervisor at Centro Colombo Americano in Bogota. Since 2015, Dr. Horta has been committed to advising, teaching, training, and professional growth. He holds a bachelor's degree in bilingual education from Unica University and is currently pursuing a master in education at Externado University. For our presentation today, uh, his presentation is about From Guidance to Growth, a team teaching model for teacher and training development. Dr. Camilo will explain how pairing experienced teachers with newcomers creates opportunities for co-planning, peer coaching, and mutual feedback. So if you have any questions, please be free to type them in the chat and I will address them to our presenter at the end of the presentation. So now, please join me in giving a warm virtual welcome to Dr. Horta. Dr. Horta?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Julius. I'm gonna start, well, here sharing. I think everybody can see my presentation, right? Yep.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, great, perfect. So my presentation, as the title mentions here, it's called From Guidance to Growth, a team teaching model for teacher training and development. So the purpose of this presentation is to share some insights on how a structured team teaching model that is done at Centro Colombo Americano, Bogota, enhances teacher training, promotes collaboration, and supports professional development. So this is basically um, a project I'm leading right now in terms of guiding and helping new teachers to adapt to our institutional training in order to start working with us in our institution. So, well, I don't know if we have people there because I cannot see Dr. Julio, but this is my first question for the audience. Like, what's the first word that comes to mind when you hear the word team teaching? I don't know if we have people, if
Le-
anybody is
I'm checking, Doctor. I think, Doctor, because the delayed, we just have one person present. You
okay.
want,
They are supposed to be here. They are supposed to be here in Teams, right?
yeah, no. They use the
Or they are
platform
connected.
with the platform, and
Okay,
that
with the
will be the
platform.
connection. You mind? Maybe we can wait for 1 minute to see if we get more people.
Okay.
Is that okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for this situation. I don't know what happened. Okay, we have already
No.
for those who are coming. Just we are waiting for more fellows to participate in our session. We have some delays and difficulties, technical difficulties. So please, thank you for your understanding and your comprehension about this situation. Yeah, we still being two people, doctor.
Okay. Do they have like the access through like when they register through the
Yes.
platform, it takes them to this link of Teams?
No, immediately when they get connected to the platform and select the conference,
Okay.
that give you
Okay.
immediate access to the site
Okay. Okay.
because actually they are watching using YouTube.
Okay.
So
Okay.
they access YouTube the conference, but the way how they get enrolled was using the platform.
Okay. So not to affect time, maybe I can just continue
And
and see if.
continue, because I think we are going to record this session and we are going to share it. So let's start. Let's
Okay.
continue, Ms. Dr. Camille.
Okay, good. So I was just asking if you had any word that came to mind when you hear the term teaching, because this is a very common, let's say, term that we use in our institution regarding training teachers to work for us, right? So the intention of this activity, maybe we don't have enough time, but you can save or check the QR code later, is to complete this activity by matching some concepts and some definitions that are going to be important for this presentation. Why? Because this QR code is going to show some of the elements, some of the core areas in our methodology, and those areas are the ones that we incorporate in our classes, and those are the areas we train teachers with before starting working with us, right? So then the question that we need to ask ourselves is, do we think all these elements can be incorporated into one lesson? So the answer is yes. For our institution, we truly believe in some methodological components such as formative assessment, the communicative approach, inductive language teaching. We consider a lot these components of flipped learning and social emotional learning, as well as formative assessment, if I have mentioned it before, right? But then the way this project is built at Centro Colombo Americano Bogota is basically a series of steps new teachers take where they get accompanied or get they coached by more senior and experienced teachers. So this project aims at providing senior and experienced teachers with a leadership role. So experienced teachers are guiding them through lesson planning sessions, peer observation, co-planning, co-teaching inside the classroom so that new teachers eh, get acquainted or get equipped with all the different tools, resources, and experience to start teaching in our programs. So basically, the idea is to help those teachers and practitioners to consolidate that theoretical initial training that they get before they enter to the institution. This project benefits both parties, new teachers and experienced ones, in the way that both, or this is like a win-win process in which experienced teachers can show all the potential they have gained through experience in our institution, and new teachers can learn a lot as well from them. And in this way, we promote shared learning and professional growth for experienced teachers and for the newcomers in our institution. So one of the project objectives that we have in the team teaching process at Centro Colombo Americano Bogota is to equip experienced teachers with those leadership responsibilities to model best teaching practices, to guide these new teachers with co-planning, peer observation, constant feedback, so that new teachers can enhance their professional growth and recognition. The second objective here is to also provide teachers or new teachers and practitioners that are starting with us with a structured, consistent, and supportive training through mentoring, ensuring their success, integration of the KDP methodology into our classes, and to assure high performance in their academic results. And finally, this project can strengthen a culture of continuous professional development by implementing a sustainable team teaching model. So this helps us with training quality. We constantly train teachers here through the guidance of more experienced teachers that are always collaborating and ensuring this academic excellence. So, I don't know if we have people here in this room, but I would like you to think about these three questions here. Have you been new to a job? What's the first feeling that you get when you enter to a new job, for example? And what has been the biggest challenge that you have faced during your adaptation to a new workplace. I don't know if we have any person in the chat or anything,
We
Dr. Julio.
we have some people, Dr. Orta. I'm waiting for their answers. However, I can participate
Okay.
as well. I can express about the first
Sure.
question.
Yes, please do.
I think for me, the first feeling, fear sometimes, maybe some kind of
Mm-hmm.
anxiety, uh, because I'm
Mm-hmm.
experiencing new things that I really don't know. Maybe, um,
Mm-hmm.
and I think the biggest challenge for me could be in terms of the process of adaptation, uh, how how to deal with different type of uh, ways of behavior of people, how they act, working in groups or in teams, uh, everything about
Mm-hmm.
related to collaborative work. Sometimes it's a little challenge because there are some people very competitive. So dealing with that could be
Mm-hmm.
the biggest challenge for me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I haven't received any answer from the audience.
Okay, good. So we can maybe continue, but that's right. I mean, fear can be one of the first feelings we can get when we enter to a new job, and that's precisely what new teachers and new practitioners feel when they first enter to a new job. And we fear of what is it that I have to do here, like exploring new ways of teaching in our institution. So that's why we have the team teaching process, this process in which a senior teacher can accompany that first part of adaptation into our institution, into the incorporation of our methodological components and core areas in the program. So the main reasons why many of our teachers decide to become team teachers, because those senior and experienced teachers are called team teachers, but some of the main reasons why they decide or why they like to be a team teachers is because they can develop some professional development through 20 hours of work here. It's a win-win teaching experience as they share and they, let's say, co-plan and collaborate each other with great ideas for lesson planning for the classroom experience. Like if I am a team teacher with lots of experience, I can help this new teacher, but at the same time, I can learn many new dynamics and strategies that I can implement in the classroom. Also, teachers develop these leadership skills in the way that they are guiding another person in this adaptation process and this training consolidation of new teachers. And the workload at the end ends up being or becoming a balance, because all the work is not done by only one teacher, but they can divide tasks at the moment of evaluating students, at the moment of executing certain activities in the classroom. So there is a workload balance in this scenario. The next part that I would like to show here are some numbers that we have had this year. For example, in our institution, in this project, we have had a total of 28 new teachers in our program. They work for the KDP, that it stands for Kids and Teens Program. Um, we have had a total of 41 team teachers who are working with new practitioners in our institution, and we have received 29 new KDP teachers in the again, KDP stands for Kids and Teens Program. So we have received in total 29 new teachers in this program who have taken the team teaching process. Something that, or some of the things that I would like to highlight here is the process or how structured this project is in terms of how every single piece of information is being documented for the institution. So we have a format for the team teachers, parentheses, experienced teachers, to evaluate the performance of the new teachers in the Kids and Teens program. So they usually use this format to evaluate attendance, punctuality, commitment to the different tasks for planning, the understanding of our methodological principles, receptiveness to feedback, and they sit down and they work on constant feedback that can help new teachers understand more their role and how to execute our classes based on our methodology in our institution. At the same time, this is a two-way process. So we have a format in which the new teachers are also evaluating the whole teaching process. They are evaluating the guidance, the support received from the experienced teacher. They are receiving, they are evaluating the feedback, the accuracy and assertiveness of the feedback that they receive, the openness to communication and ideas that they can bring to the classroom. So again, this is a two-way process or evaluation process, like from the team teacher to the new teacher and from the new teacher to the team teacher here, right? So we in general are always collecting data that can help us understand how new teachers are doing in the process of team teaching, as this is crucial for their consolidation of their training. Okay. As I mentioned before, there are some different rubrics that we use at the moment of evaluating both parties, team teachers and new teachers. So as I said, like there are two big moments in our process in which we provide feedback, like there is constant feedback in the support, in the guidance, punctuality, commitment throughout the process. And we usually also collect comments and grades that are crucial for us from the supervision team to also provide to both to the new teachers and to the team teachers in their professional development role. Um, the project has a structure of four big steps, let's say. The first one is the selection process. So we start selecting and choosing those team teachers, the senior and experienced teachers. That's the selection process. And we usually select those team teachers based on different pieces of criteria. Number one, the experience that they have had in our institution. Number two, their academic performance. It means like how solid they have been in terms of incorporating and including all our methodology into the class structure in our program. And we also evaluate some of the soft skills that this role implies, like effective communication, active listening, collaborative work, right? So based on all these pieces of criteria, we choose the team teachers in our institution every year. There is an initial meeting that we conduct with those teachers in order for them to understand. And more than an initial meeting, we call it like a training meeting because we give not only like the tasks that they need to conduct with the new teachers, but also I share some tips in terms of leadership roles, in terms of effective feedback that they can incorporate into their practices throughout the team teaching process. Um, at the same time, we have weekly reminders that can allow team teachers to focus on specific tasks, and we have a calendar that they need to, like to follow at the moment of training these new teachers in our program. And at the end, we have a final survey that is intended to evaluate not only like the satisfaction of the participants, but also perceptions and the impact in general of this team teaching process that we have at Centro Colombo Americano Bogotá. So there are different important days into the project. This team teaching process is divided into two different, let's say, sections of our semester. So in total, some practitioners work in team teaching with during 18 days, but some others, like more like the new teachers that we receive in our program, work with us or work with the team teaching process only during 10 days. So that's why we have like midterm feedback on day number 5 and day number 10, and sorry, day number 5 and day number 9, and final feedback on day number 10 and day number 17, respectively, right? So it's divided into two different groups, one for practitioners, 18 days, and one for all new teachers for 10 days. So from the first semester of this year, 2025, first semester, these are some of the numbers that I can share with you. The first one is connected to and the NPS score that we got from a survey we conducted with team teachers and also with the new teachers who participated. So, for example, in the case of team teachers' perception, the net promoting score showed us that there were 25 teachers who were promoters of this service. They highly promoted the use of team teaching at the moment of adapting eh, and consolidating the training in our institution. And we had two detractors that considered that, well, probably this was not completely necessary in the training process. In the case of, in the case um, of new teachers' perceptions, we can see that 27 actually were promoters of the service, whereas no people actually consider this was unuseful or something like this. Okay, so that's about like the first numbers that I have for you. We also measured at the end the satisfaction, like teacher satisfaction here. So we can identify from these numbers that uh, like 100% were either satisfied or very satisfied with the program, like with the process of team teaching. I'm talking about the team teachers who were guiding the new teachers and the new teachers who received the help from the experienced teachers. Also, most of them, let's say an 81% of teachers who participated, new teachers who participated, were between satisfied and very satisfied with the service. Um, at the same time, this survey showed us some important keywords that I would like to explain in detail based on teachers' opinions. So the majority of them highlighted this as a great professional development tool for both parties, for experienced teachers, because they are getting more experience in terms of teachers training. They are training new teachers to adapt to our methodology. That's part of their professional development growth. And for the new teachers, receiving this training was also part of their professional development. So they mentioned the importance of participating in this team teaching process. It increased or it fostered their professional development. Number two, they also highlighted a lot these two keywords that were guidance and support. There was, and again, I want to go back to some of the words I mentioned before because there was constant guidance and support as a two-way process, like uh, experienced teachers were guiding, supporting, but at the same time, new teachers were helping, contributing with great ideas during lesson plan activities and during the execution of activities in the classroom for the students. At the same time, they highlighted that this helped them improve their teaching practices, especially new teachers mentioned the fact that taking this same teaching process helped them increase or improve their teaching practices in the classroom. Whereas experienced teachers mentioned the importance of improving and consolidating their leadership skills, especially because they can have other opportunities and other roles in the institution in the long run in the institution. And finally, they found this process as a motivating experience and as a collaborative experience that contributed to their process at the Colombo. And finally, I just want to end up by connecting this project to some of the topics that are being mentioned in this National English Learning Teaching in this conference in all different sessions. First, this project strengthens collaboration and peer leadership. I think collaboration is one of our biggest topics these days in the NELT. It also promotes independent professional growth as both experienced teachers and new teachers are working on strategies to enhance their teaching practices. Um, at the same time, it improves teachers' readiness to foster global communicators. It means that this training is also, or part of our methodology, as I mentioned at the beginning, is connected to global skills. And one of the global skills that is trendy these days is communication, collaboration, and communication, which is also a big topic in our NELT. So, being global skills part of our methodology, we want to train these teachers through the team teaching process to go and be ready to foster global communication in our classrooms. And finally, it builds a sustainable culture of continuous improvement. We do believe a lot on eh, having a community of practice and continuous improvement. So this team teaching process is definitely creating this culture of professional development. So that's the information that or the that's my presentation about. I wanted to share a little bit about how this team teaching process is helping both experienced teachers and new teachers in their professional development, as well as it helps to create a collaborative environment, and it helps these experienced teachers to enhance their leadership skills. So that would be it. I don't know if there are any questions about this presentation, and that's it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Camilo Horta. Let me check because I think we got like one or two questions. Um, Let me share it. Okay. Uh, One of them is like an insight. This is more like a mentoring uh, sessions for teaching. This is more than that. This is like a real collaborative work with among teachers. Am I right?
Mhm. That's correct. Yes, I mean, one of the intentions here is not only to give new teachers like the theoretical background behind our methodology, like these are our methodological components. Go and teach, But this is a process we give both the new teachers to adapt to our institution, to understand how our methodology works, and for experienced teachers to have this opportunity of training um, like novice teachers in this area of in teaching English as a second language in our institution.
Uh, and I have a question. This is a question mostly from me. There is a way how to evidence or the impact that has this type of projects in the classroom. Uh, have you seen like getting evidence how there's what is the effectiveness of this program in the classroom and the teaching process, the learning process of the
Mhm.
students?
Definitely. We work a lot on evaluating teachers, let's say like the teacher's role in the classroom. So the supervision team is in charge of monitoring, observing classes to identify how teachers are actually incorporating and implementing our methodology in the classroom. And then through the survey, we have something that is called service for students. Through a student service, we can identify how these methodological components are being implemented. So students have the time or the chance to answer a survey that connects to what we do in our classrooms. If teachers are doing this component, if teachers are working on the implementation of formative assessment, if teachers are working on implementing communication in the classroom, if teachers. So when students answer those surveys, we have data that can tell us, like, yes, these teachers are actually incorporating our methodological components into the classroom, or not. Maybe we need to retrain these other teachers through the team teaching process so that they can adapt better to to the incorporation of our methodology.
Okay. So far, we don't have more questions, Doctor. Um, no, I don't see any questions so far. Additional questions.
Okay.
Um, but definitely, I really want to thank you, Dr. Horta, for sharing your insights and experience with us in this
Mhm.
session. Uh, I just have a personal curiosity as well, as
Mhm.
this is a requirement for all teachers that work in CCA Bogota, or this is like an
Yeah, it's part
invitation.
of the No, actually, this is a requirement for all new teachers who join our program, our Kids and Teens program in our institution. So they have to go to team teaching because this is the consolidation of the training.
I see. Okay.
Mhm.
Now we can um, take that program here in Colombo Americano, Medellin. Sounds pretty good.
Yeah,
Sounds
yeah, yeah,
pretty good. Sounds
yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah, and this is a good way to, again, like, like when someone is new in an institution, that's the first feeling, like, what can I do here? How can I teach? Especially because we receive a lot of young teachers who are, as I said, they are practitioners or they are very new in the field of education, recently graduated, for example. So they feel a little bit scared of facing the reality in the classroom. And this opportunity of being accompanied by a more experienced senior teacher in this team teaching process um, helps them build confidence, creativity at the moment of lesson planning, and more importantly, understand our methodology and how to incorporate it into our classes.
Excellent. So once again, Mr. Dr. Octa, thank you for sharing this wonderful experience. I want to thank you, all the participants, for your attention. I'm going to share the link for the evaluation of the session. So I would like to that everybody take a couple minutes to do it. Just give me a second, Mr. Can you see it, Doctor? Doctor Octa?
Yes, I can see. I
Okay,
can see it here.
okay.
So
So everybody can you help us just sharing your opinions, just using the QR code. You can help us to grow and get better. Okay. Doctor, are you there?
yes, I'm here.
Okay. I
I'm here.
just giving a situation here. Okay. So once again, thank you everyone for your participation. Thank you, Dr. Octa, again. And we invite you to continue with the ENLT Medellin 25 program and the different sessions that we are having during the day. Thank you everybody for your participation. Doctor, so we just finished.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm leaving now. That's it.
Okay, thank you so
All
much
right.
and take care,
Yeah.
doctor.
Okay. Bye.